Hey, Flo here, back for another kind of just relaxed vibe coding / audio editing stream, something like that. Oops. Can I hear myself still? Okay, might have got it. Something was not muted. Okay, I think I'm good. Yeah, so I went on some, well, not much of a hike really, but I went out to the, outside somewhere near the river today and did some, Bible readings. So I got one of them uploaded, but unfortunately there was basically zero signal in the area I was at. Not even enough to change slides on my Bible reading app, and so yeah, I'm gonna have to like work on those over the next 5 million years. I'm so far behind in my editing, it's not even funny. So I'm hoping to be able to do a little editing today, but I may get distracted again by trying to add features to this app. I don't know. But I'll show, I made a lot of progress yesterday, so I'll show where I'm at this point. Let's see. Oh, let me get that song off there. Sorry about that song choice. Normally I handpick a song, and I thought I had one that was sounding cool, and then when I actually started playing, it's like, ew, this is gross. So yeah, I don't know what happened there. I might have accidentally clicked on a different song. Generally, I have this huge randomized list that I just let play out, but that one was, but usually the first song of the stream I handpicked just to set the mood on the title screen, but that one sucked. Okay. Oops. So this is the app in its current state. I'm calling it AuJSity, sort of like a play on words with like Audacity, just because it's a basic sound audio editor for JavaScript or just web in general. So if you didn't catch my first stream where I kind of showed this, it's all vibe coded. I didn't really write much, if any, of the code. I mean, I sort of do little things here and there, but it's mostly just asking AI to add this or that feature, and then going in the code and just pasting stuff. I am a former developer, web developer, but I don't enjoy it at all anymore. I'm burnt out with it. So, but I've discovered I somewhat enjoy vibe coding because I can, like, I don't know if you've ever been in this situation. It happens to me a lot. I want an app to do something, and I go all over the internet just doing web searches and ending up somewhere on GitHub or some other site. Usually look for open source stuff because I don't normally want to pay for software. I'm willing to do one-time payments for something if it feels worthwhile, but I still want to be able to try it out first. But usually I look for open source type stuff, so I know it's safe and reliable or whatever. And so what happens to me a lot is I go searching, hunting for something. I try out several apps, and I'm just not happy with any of them for various reasons. Like, usually each app has something that I like, or many things that I like, but it's missing one key feature that makes it completely irritating or unusable for my taste, I guess. Like, you can always make something work for you if you're willing to suffer, you know what I mean? But I just keep trying. I just keep looking until I find something that's of a minimum quality or standard that I'm looking for. And if I don't find it, I'm just kind of like, oh man, this is all I got to use. It's what's interesting to me these days is that with vibe coding, or just AI assisted coding, however you want to define that, it's very reasonable and possible to make something very specialized for your specific need. It may not be better than everything out there, and it's just going to be yet another app to throw in the bag of 6 billion apps. But the cool thing about it though is that if you have a very specific workflow or desire, you can either take an existing open source app, and which I actually just thought of this, I've never even thought to do this before, but that's another thing. You could take a existing project and try to vibe code a feature into it, which is probably a smarter way to go. Me, on the other hand, I'm not very smart. I have made a bunch of stuff from scratch, which takes a lot longer and a lot more headache, having to argue with the AI to get what you want. But that's kind of been my approach, and I've somewhat enjoyed it. I don't know why. I'm probably on the verge of getting tired of it. Mainly, I don't really hate it yet, except for the frustrating times when I'm having to argue or scream at the AI, because it's not understanding my basic English and it ignores everything I say sometimes. Other than that, I've relatively enjoyed it, just because it allows me to make things very quickly. Like, there's been a couple times where I'm like, I need an app right now before I head out the door. And I make an app in like 15 minutes or less, 5 minutes even. That sounds crazy, but anybody that knows what's going on with AI knows that's not crazy at all. That's just normal. If anything, that's like weak sauce. I made an app in 3 seconds. 5 minutes is like an eternity. So yeah, but anyway, the point is, like, the 5 minutes includes like the time of me typing stuff and trying to think of what I want, and then the 3 seconds is like the time it takes for the AI to actually produce the result. But anyway, just trying to be, honest about it. Like, sure, you can do it in 10 seconds, but in reality, your brainstorming sessions and typing and back and forths might expand it out to 5 or 10 minutes or even hours if you're really looking for something refined. So this app is a result of that kind of thing. It's entirely prompt generated. No coding on my part, except I did write a lot of CSS because that's kind of my former area of expertise. It's just kind of familiar, and it since I'm also artistic and visually oriented, it doesn't bother me to do CSS as much as it does to write code, which I've fully burnt out on. So yeah, this is pretty much 100% vibe coded. And last stream that I was working on this, I asked Gemini 3.0 on the day of launch to see if it could give me a interface that I was happy with, and it nailed it pretty much right on the first try. So what you see here is I asked it to use like Fast Tracker 2 or Impulse Tracker. They're like I call them mod file editors, but I don't know what the proper term is. They're basically trackers, I guess. Like the old school DAWs, I guess. I can't remember if they were on DOS or Windows. I think they might. Some of the early ones were on DOS. But anyway, late 90s, early 2000s era of music coding using like samples and effects and stuff. I dabbled quite a bit with that back then. I was never good at writing music, but I like to just kind of tinker around and play with the technology. Made a few songs, but nothing really worth sharing ever. But anyway, I used that as inspiration. Said, hey, make me a interface that resembles that, and I think it did a pretty stinking good job. Like, obviously it's not an exact replica, but the vibe is there, like the style of the slightly beveled buttons, and I asked it to give some hover effects, and then like I didn't really give it that much guidance. I kind of gave it quite a bit of freedom, but it did unexpectedly well as far as like it chose a pixelated font to kind of represent the time period that those kind of programs were made in. I'm going to keep that for now, but I think I might actually add a font toggle. Just sort of like a, some apps have like a dark mode, light mode toggle up at the top. I might make a font toggle. Mainly just because even though I like the vibe, I like the pixel art font, I think if anyone else uses it, they might get annoyed by it pretty quick just because if you're trying to read this text in this font, it's not, I just wouldn't say it's the best. Like it's very readable generally speaking, but you get a crisp, nice sans serif font in there that doesn't have the pixels. You're gonna read it a little bit easier. So I might make that toggle, but so yeah, this is the app in its current state. I did a ton of vibe coding yesterday, ironing out, getting rid of a ton of bugs. I don't even know what all the bugs were. I guess I could look at my folder and see if I can figure out what some of them were, because I actually don't even remember all of what I accomplished yesterday. Let me see if I can figure any of that out. It's kind of crazy though. I only started this project Sunday, November 16th. So 4 days ago, basically. 5 days ago. I don't know. My math isn't very strong. So 5 days ago, I started this from scratch, and I feel like I've made some really huge progress, and I wasn't necessarily working on it all day, every day. So it's just, quite a few hours though, because when I was working on it, I was really going after it. But let me see what I did yesterday. I used mostly Grok because I ran out of Gemini 3 credits, like the free tokens that they give you when you first start out, not signed in, not without any subscription plan. I didn't get super far with that the first day, but it gave me this interface generally. Like most everything you see in the style is made by Gemini 3. And if that's all it did for me, and I don't use Gemini anymore, I'd be quite happy and impressed with what it was able to do. And I have watched a few videos since then of other content creators reviewing Gemini 3, and a lot of them commented on the UI, graphic design, layout, kind of skills that it has, and it seems to do pretty well in that area. So I apparently asked it the right question on the first day without really realizing it, but yeah, it definitely did a good job there. I would refine this, like as I've been using it. Originally when I first saw this result, I was like, I can't even improve on this. Like I'm a former graphic designer and web designer and artist. I can't make this really much better unless I go and like make custom icons and stuff, but I think I could. I definitely could improve on it, but because the more I've used it, I've seen things I'm like, oh, I could make that look better, I could make this look better. But overall, it's definitely a great baseline, and I'm glad that it's not cookie cutter. Like, it seems like everything that you ask AI to make is using like Tailwind or some predictable CSS library, and they all kind of have the same appearance. And I was getting kind of tired of that, because like this one that I made, this is the former app that I made. I don't really like how it looks anymore. I used to think it looks okay, but I'm already kind of sick of it. I want to change it up. And so actually what I'm generally doing is I'm trying to port over all the features that this has, which are quite vast. It'll take probably a month. I know that that's crazy. A month isn't very long, but that's just like tinkering with it here and there. I could probably do it in a week if I just sat down and spent all my time with it. But it'll probably take, a few weeks or months to actually get everything transferred over, because I'm not really that committed to doing it every single day, and there's other things I'd rather be spending my time on. But because I like the new one so much more, I am going to try to, the first thing I'll try to do is get the ripple editing transferred over, because that is like That's what makes this first app revolutionary. There is, as far as I'm aware, there's no app in existence, whether web or like whatever you call it, just a regular desktop app, or even maybe even mobile app. I've personally never seen one with the kind of ripple editing that I made, and it saves me immense amounts of time. So much, in fact, that today I'm hoping to do a little bit of editing, and because the ripple mode is in my old app, I kind of have to use the old one. And I'll show you in a minute like why it matters so much. It's a huge deal. It's a really big deal. It saves a lot of time and frustration. So I need to get that ported over at some point if possible. I might even ask Gemini 3 to tackle that. I'm not going to go there tonight because I don't want to get that distracted with it. Because once you go down the rabbit hole of like starting to work on a vibe code feature, it's kind of addictive. You're like, oh, it got it so close, and then you like start feeding it back its errors or misbehavior, not meeting your expectations in the whatever, it's just not working quite right. So you just keep going back and forth, and it gets a little bit addictive because you feel like you're one step away from victory, like, oh, if I say the right prompt, it's going to understand what I'm trying to do. And it rarely doesn't understand. It almost always knows what you're trying to do. It's just maybe not smart enough to figure it out on the first try. But so I don't really want to get too heavy into that because I know that would distract me from doing any editing today. Even my just giving this intro at the beginning is distracting me, so I should get into it soon. But just wanted to show some of the progress I've made. So one thing I know I spent a lot of time on is the subtitle viewer or overlay, I guess, which is basically ironed out to perfection. I don't even know if it needs any further refinement, other than I was thinking I might make a position toggle, because currently it goes in the middle, and I was thinking to have like a toggle right, toggle left, so that if your preference is to work with your mouse primarily in a certain area of the screen, you can kind of change where it's at. So I might make some position options. But other than that, so here's where I'm at. One thing that's pretty obvious you can see at a glance is I made the waveform like a really light gray, not totally white, because then it would just look too blinding. I don't like white anything anymore. It's kind of like everything's got to be dark theme for me, so even just the waveform being too bright would like almost blind my eyes. And one of the things I'd like to do is have this overview scrolling thing down here not be so bright as it is. But I think the options in this library use the same color scheme for the large view as it does for the navigator overview container, so I'd have to like hack my way at it to make that change. Anyway, but I might try to fix that. And then the other things, there's a bunch of things regarding these built-in rectangle handle controls, which I don't like at all. That's not my style choice. That's the built-in library peaks.js that I'm using, and I don't like it. But it's usable, so I'm leaving it for now. But the fact, and you can see already why it's bad, and I already mentioned this last stream. Those gray rectangles that are handles for dragging these marker lines are actually covering the waveform, so you can't even see what's underneath there. So it's really difficult to line up the markers with the content that you're trying to encompass or surround, whatever. So I need to fix that at some point because it's kind of irritating. But one thing that's cool, and the way you can get around that, it's not ideal, but you can just move it out of the way. It's doing this thing again. This is going to be annoying if it does that today. I didn't even address this, so I didn't even try to fix this. It just fixed itself apparently, but for some reason the handles aren't working kind of intermittently or whatever, just randomly. So I click on here, it doesn't work. And so I guess I still need to fix that. I don't really know why that is. Anyway, but what I was going to try to show is maybe I can move this one. Sometimes one moves and the other doesn't. That's weird. That was working just fine last night. In fact, there was never a time when it wasn't working last night, so I might just refresh the page and see if there's some random hiccup going on here. Oh, I can show kind of my workflow, I guess. So you can load audio here, which accepts most major audio formats. I haven't actually tested what formats it accepts, but I always work in FLAC files because they're uncompressed and high quality. I mean, they're not uncompressed, they're lossless, I guess I should say. So let's see if I can move them now. No. All right. So there's some weird bug going on there. Oh, see, I can move that one. Anyway, the trick I was going to say is, like, say this is covering the end of that waveform where you want it to, you know, drop it or whatever. You can just kind of move it out, move it out of the way, and then move it back to where your eyes remember seeing the transition. And that's kind of how you get around it. It's annoying covering what you want to see, but I'm going to fix that eventually because that bothers me to not be able to see what I'm doing. So yeah. Oh, I got the auto color working, which I think was kind of working, but not to this extent. I did a lot of styling. So the reason I chose a light gray for the waveform is because that allows me to have any color look good over the top of it. So it basically causes kind of a blend mode of color or hue so that the waveform takes on a little bit of the color of the marker that's above it. So that, I think that turned out pretty good because there was a lot of nasty color clashing going on when it was bright green with red behind it as you're playing. It's just, you know, green looks cool if there's nothing around it, but if you have green in front of red or something, it just looks like nasty. So I just decided to make it kind of a light gray, and that kind of solved that visual problem. And then as you're playing, it just gets a slightly darker gray, so you can see, you know, instead of being green and red, it's light gray and slightly darker gray, and then it still takes on the color of the layer in front of it. I actually asked AI about trying to get blend modes, because CSS and JavaScript, I think, Canvas have blend modes, but the way it described it is I'd have to hack to pieces this library because of it's using, you know, a library inside a library, and it would just be very difficult to get the blend modes to work because it's not just HTML. If these were just HTML divs or something, I could just use CSS to add a blend mode and I'd be done with it, and it would look exactly how I want, like totally perfect. But since I couldn't do that, the compromise was just to go with the light gray mode, which turns out pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. And oh, one thing I was thinking of adding today, which I may, if I do get to the point where I'm editing, is a ruler. So I might try to vibe code that. Oh, so let me just play this for you. You can see what's going on here. I got the subtitle overlay really fine-tuned quite well so that it pops up as soon as it reaches something. So as you can see, it's using that
and Ithamar.
It's using that fast tracker.
These were Aaron's sons,
kind of style.
the anointed priests, who were ordained to serve as priests. Nadab and Abihu, however, died
but not only that, it's synced up to when the playhead is over the relevant section or segment. It shows, and that you can turn it off and on with this closed caption button. So that's pretty cool. If it's annoying and you don't want to deal with it, it's optional. This whole thing is a plugin, by the way. It's just srt.js that's included in the main HTML body at the top or bottom, whatever, and all of this loads in. So if you don't even want to deal with subtitles, then you can just remove that script tag and this whole thing will just go away. But I don't really know why you do that, because it's kind of the key feature of the program. But just the fact that it's not, embedded fully into the code and you can't, get rid of it. So I'm kind of, for future features, I'll probably use that kind of plugin paradigm where I just code extra scripts. So that plugin actually creates this import SRT and export SRT. Those buttons weren't even in there. It creates the closed caption button down here, and all of the logic that causes the sections to scroll. This is actually kind of hard to do, by the way. As far as like, as I play it, it scrolls to that item in the list down here. So you'll see that scroll when it gets to the next one. It's a long one. So the highlight goes away in between, and then it scrolls exactly. That's very unobtrusive and doesn't hurt your eyes as it's happening. I might change the blue into more of an aqua to match the rest of the theme, but it's pretty good, generally speaking. The other thing is, this is kind of cool. If I like scroll in this overview, it's also following down in that panel below. And showing the subtitles if I have closed captions enabled. So it's very intuitive. It's kind of what you expect. Then also, if I'm down here just scrolling through the available captions, if I click on one, it jumps to that caption on the timeline up above. So it's kind of like bidirectional piping or linking. It all just works as you would expect. So yeah, it's pretty refined. Like, there's almost nothing here that has any bugs that I need to work on, except for this color picker. It goes up to the top left. I need to make that so it clings down here. Other than that, everything else works perfectly. I have two time formats because some audio apps use this kind of a format where it's like hours, minutes, seconds, kind of a thing. And then others, like AuJSity, for example, by default has seconds, so you can like switch between hours, minutes, seconds, milliseconds, and seconds with milliseconds. That way, if you need to like copy and paste a time value between different apps, you can do that. And you'll notice if you watch as I'm toggling these, it not only changes this current playing time, but it also changes all the times down here in the marker panel. You can see those toggling back and forth. And not only does it do that, but on the, you can export the JSON code for all of these markers so that you can kind of have a save state in case you want to go to a different computer or just process the data with some kind of script or something. You can export the JSON, which saves all of this, including the text, the start and stop times, the color, etc. And then you can re-import it with import JSON. So that's pretty cool. Everything works pretty much except for export FLAC. I could not get that to work, and I probably could if I pushed a little harder. Currently export wave works, and so when I got that working, I was just like, okay, I don't want to waste any more time on this export nonsense, so I just let that slide for now. I'll work on the export FLAC later because that's kind of my preferred format, but since I got export wave to work, that's essentially the same thing, the same basic quality, so I can easily, convert it to a FLAC on AuJSity or I actually have a command line script that I wrote to do that, so it's not a big deal. The cool thing also about the export is that I don't know if this is configurable or not, but the way peaks.js works, peaks.js is the library I'm using to do the visualization and the navigation of the waveforms. the way it works by default is that it exports everything inside markers. So basically, if you export this, you'll get this piece of audio chopped, and this gap in between the two phrases will be removed, and so you'll have like a continuous snippets, you know, without any gaps between them. And you know, that you might say, well, that's not what I want. Well, then if that's not what you want, then you would, you know, expand your markers out with a little bit of space, you know, etc. I mean, basically it just chops out anything that's not a marker, and that's probably configurable. Obviously I could write some JavaScript to do it a different way. Kind of what I was thinking to do is have it look at the names of the descriptions, and if it's certain values, do certain things. That's kind of what I was thinking. But for now, it's a good approach. It'll work just fine for what I'm trying to do. And there's two different ways I'm going to do this, because actually what would be kind of cool is to have layers. Like I have a subtitle layer that's, you know, perfectly aligned to the text that it represents, like it is now. And then I could add another layer where it's like my editing layer. So like cuts and trims and maybe even eventually effects, but I don't really intend to add effects, because I don't want this project to get extremely bloated into something that takes too much of my time, because there's just a certain bare bones kind of set of features I'm looking for, and then once I reach that, I'll be happy enough. But the layers feature would be kind of cool. Either that, or just give the yeah, I mean, you could even have like a type, like a drop down, like you click on this type icon, and it allows you to change the type to like a cut marker or delete marker or whatever. You know, you could do it that way. Anyway, there's a different methods I could shoot for, but let me show you how annoying this can be to not have the rippling. So I got a certain amount done here. Let me show you how I would normally go about doing this. So first of all, since there's no rippling and it's not lined up, like you can see this kind of forest green marker here is the last one that I did. The next one is way over here. So to get it over here, I have to like, which actually isn't going to work because for some reason it's not working. I don't know if I can. Oh, there. Okay, it's very finicky for some reason. But I have to like drag and scroll, like drag, scroll, or zoom out and drag. I don't, for some reason the drag is like working better on certain zoom levels, maybe. Anyway, that wasn't even an issue yesterday. I don't know why it is today, but can't seem to drag on these handles. I need to iron that out at some point, but anyway, you may already see the problem if you know, have done this kind of editing or kind of just think about it for half a second. Like I just have to go back and forth. It's really irritating, very slow, and currently it's not working, so that's even worse. But I don't know why that is either. I wonder let me turn closed captions off. I don't know if that's interfering. There's something that's interfering. Okay, well, I don't know. Also, that closed caption button didn't work for some reason. Like it works the first time and then it... Okay. So that's a little bug I need to iron out. I need to, when closed caption is off, never... I don't know why it's showing, actually. It's really weird, but anyway, I need to fix that. I thought maybe that was somehow interfering with these handles, but I don't know what's going on there. I guess I can't even demonstrate how I would normally edit these. Like, look at that. I can move this one. But for some reason, this one is stubborn. It's really strange. I can move this one too. Not this one. It's pretty weird. I think, honestly, I don't know this for certain, but I kind of think this is actually a bug in peaks.js or the underlying libraries that I'm using. I don't have direct control over how these drag operations work. I can hack them with JavaScript, of course, but as far as like why they're not working, they should just work kind of out of the box kind of a thing. Because all I'm doing is including a library that just takes control of this stuff. It's very weird. Anyway, I need to fix that. That's annoying. I thought that was already fixed. That's how bugs go. Like, you think you have something fixed and then it pops up again. It's weird to me that certain ones I can drag, but others not so much. Quite strange. Well, I guess I can't really demonstrate how I edit. You get the idea. I'd have to go back and forth, zooming in and out all the time. Whereas in my old one, I have the ripple editing so that everything kind of moves together, which saves a lot of time. And so I think what I'm going to do today is actually do a little bit editing in the other program. Wow, that time I was able to drag it. Must be magic, like, could even be a browser issue. I could try this in, curious if it could possibly have anything to do with browser stuff. This will give an actual better... Oh, I know something I added. I actually ported over one of the features from the other app. I could show that real quick. Of course, it probably won't work just because I'm trying to show it. The one thing I've noticed that in Firefox-based browsers, WebKit, I think is what it's called. Yeah, well, maybe like nothing works. Okay, it's really slow in Firefox and WebKit. I don't know, it's weird. Okay, well, I guess it doesn't like WebKit. Firefox-ish things. I guess I will not do that. I don't know what the deal is with that. But it's really like smooth and snappy in Chrome-based browsers. Like this is Brave, and it works the same in Chrome and anything else that's based off of that. So I guess I need to look into that at some point. But I don't really care because this isn't meant to be a commercial release of any kind. It's more just for my own use. So even if it doesn't work in some browser, I'm not really going to care that much. But it would be nice if it did. Yeah, well, I guess I can't fully demonstrate this because of that weird bug. Still don't know what's causing it. I feel like I can somehow make it snap out of it. Like certain ones I can move, but not others. It's very strange. I wonder if there's some invisible layer over the top that's disabling mouse events. Anyway, I'll get that figured out at some point. Oh, it's fully responsive too. This even is usable on a phone. Like I haven't totally optimized it, but it's way better than the other app for that as well, which is cool. Anyway, I can't remember what I was going to do. It doesn't really matter. I kind of wanted to just... Oh, I know. Actually, this could be something related. Let me see something here. I'm curious. Oh, there's an actual error in the developer tool console log thing. That's probably what it is, whatever that error is. I'll have to figure that out. And it is an error in the library that I'm using. Okay, so I cleared like all of the local storage stuff. I want to start over and see if that makes any difference at all. Maybe there's some like bad data from a former iteration of the app that I hadn't cleared out or something like that. Not likely, but it is possible. Okay. Think about this. So I put this here, split, this here, split. Oh, that's cool. That actually works. I didn't even test that yet. D, split, D, okay. Yeah, okay, so that didn't fix the dragging handle issue. There's no console log error on it now, but there was just a minute ago. I don't know what caused that exactly. It's so weird. I can move this one, not that one, and oh man, this is going to be a pain in the butt. So I was sort of hoping to do some editing today, but I'm not really going to have a very good time with this if it is problematic like this. If I had to guess, I would say it's possibly related to the code that highlights the active track that could possibly have a conflict, but I don't know until I do a deeper dive. It's quite irritating though. It's not fun. See, that's just weird. Certain ones work. Oh, that's weird. I wasn't even dragging anywhere near the handle and it's dragging. So there's definitely some intersection problem where it thinks I'm hovering over it when I'm really not. That's probably the issue. Maybe the hover points are like way far away from the handles, which would be hard to diagnose, but could be something like that. I like that it automatically assigns the colors though. I didn't necessarily do that. I mean, that's actually really good. It even so weird. It even like reassigns them. Like if I split this one, it pushes the auto color that direction, which is pretty cool actually. So annoying. If I could figure out like an exact position that's predictable where the handle is activated, I could just probably get around it today and then fix it later, but it doesn't even seem consistent. Each layer has a different drag position. Yeah, see that one I wasn't even trying to drag and it grabbed it. This is going to be annoying. Huh. See, that's like, it's like 100 pixels away. I wonder if it's always that. The way you can tell when it's going to work is it shows that little timestamp when you're in the hover zone. Yeah, it's very buggy. Well, we'll get AI to figure that out because I'm not going to try to solve that myself. That's for sure. That's disappointing though, because it wasn't doing this yesterday. I must have like broken it at the very end of the night. It seemed to be working quite well. It doesn't make sense to me that like some of them are broken and some of them are not. I would think it would be all or nothing, not some are broken. That's very weird. Very strange. It could be an underlying library issue that I have to really deep dive, because I don't think it's actually any code that I wrote or that I had AI write that caused that issue. I think it's probably some interaction with the JavaScript library, but I could be wrong, of course. Well, that's going to be fun. Anyway, so what I was thinking to do is do a little bit of editing on this other app. But what I was thinking to do before that is to try to add a feature that I've... this is actually kind of hard to use now after having the nice experience of the new app, because it's the new app. Other than the bugs that I'm experiencing today, it's normally much better than this one. Because this doesn't have a quick navigation feature, so I just have to like use the scroll bar to get like far in, and if it's a really long file, it's kind of hard to like stop on a dime, which is kind of irritating. Plus, it's like the navigation keystrokes and different things are not as optimized. So what I was thinking to do, let me see if I can do this like somewhat quickly. I was thinking to have AI add a feature to this tonight if I can. I don't know if it's possible, because the problem with this project is the code is so big at this point that I can't really feed it into AI very easily. I'm gonna try though. Let's just try it. This will be a interesting experiment. Sorry, I had to do something real quick. Let's see. So the code is like almost 5,000 lines. So I don't know. I'm gonna try though. So let's see what we can do. Please make an overview navigator tool for this subtitle editor. I'll try to describe how it should behave. I'm gonna try to see if I can make a plugin. When I say plugin, I mean it's a separate file, overview.js, that I will simply add as a script tag, and it will alter the behavior of the main app, but it's completely optional and will not make any breaking changes, nor will it be a required component. It just adds functionality and convenience. If you are familiar with wavesurfer.js and peaks.js, what I'm hoping to achieve is something similar to the overview scroller that peaks.js has, though far more simple. Here's what I envision happening. If the mouse is hovering over, I need to figure out what the name of my stuff is here. Seems like this ID should work. And the shift key is held. Then for as long as the shift key is held, the overview container will appear on the bottom of it. Will add a slight, very slight CS blur to the container it is covering, and a very slight 15% black. Overlay. Think of it like a modal. However, the black and blur only covers so that the new overview container appears highlighted and stands out from the background. The overview container will be as tall as it needs to be depending on the aspect ratio of the image that represents the entire waveform loaded from start to finish. No, that's not right. Let's see the 1/3 of the height of perfectly aligned to the bottom pixel of that container. Actually, I wonder if I should have, let's have it not cover up the ruler. I think that would be intuitive. Let's see what we can do here. Let's do... Let's do scroll container instead of that. Let's see. Ideally shifted up enough to still see the bottom ruler. Oh, there's no bottom ruler. Never mind. Actually, that's fine. That'll work. Okay, we don't need to worry about the bottom. There's only a ruler on the top. I was thinking of my other app where there's a ruler on the top and the bottom. Okay, so that'll work. It will also have a subtle, decent size, radius, drop, shadow to further isolate it from and dark border background. Actually, I don't know about the dark border. A light border might be better. I'll just let it see if it can figure out what looks good. Since it's pretty good at that stuff, seems like. I would have to experiment with different colors. And then let's see. I don't know what technology this can use, but I want to see a stretched waveform that is 340 pixels wide, or 4K at best rendering. Stretched to exactly the width of the container so I can see the entire waveform from start to finish as I'm hovering over that overview pop-up. The main canvas area that is full resolution, depending on the zoom level, will automatically scroll to the proportional point along its x-axis to match the percentage of the mouse position from the left side that is represented in the overview. So say I'm at 25% across, then the main canvas waveform container will scroll to its similar 25%. With a lowest potential start, 0%, to end of the audio project, 100%. No mouse clicks necessary, because simply holding Shift will cause the overview functionality and hovering. Actually, I wonder if I should. Maybe it would require clicking. That might be more intuitive. I mean, hovering would be instantaneous and kind of convenient. You wouldn't even have to click. I'm kind of tempted to go with that route, but it may be a little bit jarring to immediately have a function. Let me see. As soon as I release Shift, it goes away. Add a nice CSS transition fade on entry and exit. If I click or drag within the overview while holding Shift, the main canvas area that is full resolution depending on the zoom level automatically scroll to that. Okay, so that is, I think, how I want to do it. I think it'll get the idea. It's good to be very specific in the functionality that you're trying to achieve, but AI is very intuitive. It will already know what I'm talking about at this point, and it doesn't need further information probably. But if there's any kind of behavior that I want, so this 3840 pixel image needs to be generated at the same time the audio file is loaded. And the image populates the overlay, which is display none by default, only to appear with the Shift and hovering over the canvas area. Alright, so I think that gives it enough information. Now, do I want any kind of visual? I probably want a visual cue. Make a single pixel, or wait a minute, maybe it could. If you can figure out what percentage of the giant full scale waveform is displayed currently in the viewport of the scrolling area, and convert that to a percentage that can be shown as a translucent red box on the overview. Do it. this would mean. This is how much of this overview, aka the entire Wave audio project, is currently showing in the scroll window. And as I click on that overview or drag in it, that red box will follow the mouse and the canvas will scroll, of course. Basically, it's like peaks.js, except the overview only appears when you hold down Shift. This is a temporary fix on a piece of software I might sort of abandon, so it doesn't need to be 100% fleshed out. That's why I'm not asking for the moon. I just want a quick way to navigate the entire length of the wave visually, seeing all the waveform peaks and gaps at a glance. I think that's pretty what let me think, is there anything else I want to ask for? Because it's better to get everything out in one prompt. Please use vanilla JS and CSS rather than relying on external libraries for this plugin edition. I think that's it. Everything else you need to know should be answered by looking at the code I am including in the attached file, as it is the whole project. I know it's huge. Just focus on the scroll area that I mentioned when writing the plugin. Okay. The main limitation, I think this could actually one-shot it. I think both Grok and Gemini theoretically could. The main challenge is the fact that this code base, this file that I'm uploading, is like 5,000 lines of code, like 160 kilobytes, which is probably outside its context window. It's probably going to attempt to process and parse this file, but it's going to like hit a limit at some point, and if it doesn't reach the code that's most relevant to this function, it may just like explode into nonsense hallucinations. So we'll see. This is a very I mean, I kind of doubt this will be able to do this, but we'll just try it. If the code was smaller, I think it would one-shot it. It would be like, oh yeah, that's easy. Let me do this for you. But it's too big. It's gotten way too big. But let's give it a chance. All right, I like to save these prompts of major updates just so I can have kind of a history of when I added features. I usually just throw it in a document. Let me see. I was just thinking about something. I forgot what it was. Shoot. Oh yeah. Include. If you are able to successfully generate 2 separate code blocks, give me all the CSS for this overlay in a separate CSS block that I'll save as overview.css. Otherwise, you can just add a style object in the JS and I'll break it out later. Okay, let's just see how this goes. Oh, I think it'll get it, but we'll just see. It'd be interesting. See how well it does with quite a monumental task. Let me see. I don't remember if I have all the CSS in there already. If I don't, it probably needs that. Let me check. Okay, the CSS is in here. That's sometimes a good reason to leave your CSS in a single file, because unless your file is like really big, if you're trying to vibe code like this, if it doesn't have access to the CSS, it may or may not know how to write code to interact with it, and then you'd want to add your CSS file separately if it's like in a separate file or whatever. But in this case, it's already in there, so I think it'll have everything it needs to accomplish this, theoretically. Let's try it. I think this is going to be kind of a fail just because of how big the code is, but if it works, I'll be quite impressed. This is Gemini 3.0, by the way, so the latest model for Gemini. We'll see how well it does. If it completely fails, I might do the same experiment with Grok just for fun. It might get it though. The whole 1/3 of the height is a little bit problematic because depending on how wide or short wide or narrow the waveform is, that may or may not make much sense. Be either like a slender few pixel line on the bottom because it's like an hour or 2 hours long, or it could be like 30 seconds long and it's like this massively fat rectangle. So that part may need to be configured differently. One thing I should have probably said and it would have solved that, is say render the waveform to fill that rectangle, and maybe instead of 1/3 I would make it like 150 pixels tall, and I would just say like fill it entirely, so stretch the waveforms vertically and stretch the waveforms horizontally to fill whatever container it's spit out into. That's what I should have said, but I didn't think of that. Let's see. It gave me... Okay, it decided to embed the CSS into the JavaScript, which is fine. I'll just break it out later if I want. Cool thing is, somehow it knew this is what I wanted to do. I guess it looked at the other plugins that I've added, possibly. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've worked on this. I probably have other plugins. Yeah, so I've made other plugins for this already. Yeah, so that's cool. It was smart enough to know, like, oh, he wants it in his plugins folder. I was like, wait a minute, how did it know? But yeah, that's how it figured it out. Very good. That's exactly where I'm going to put it, by the way. Plugins overview. Okay. Let's make that folder and add the file. Very good instructions, like very succinct. Like Grok is super crap and annoying on its instructions. It's just like, it's like me. It's annoying like me. It just blabs on and on. I didn't used to be that way, by the way. Streaming has made me into that because I feel like I'm supposed to sort of at least explain what I'm doing. If I don't explain what I'm doing, I'm just like scrolling on a bunch of web pages and looking at code that nobody has a clue what it is. I feel like I have to like describe what I'm trying to do here for the uninitiated non-programmers in the room. Otherwise, it's like, who's going to watch me do this? Well, who's going to watch me do it anyway, but yeah, that's just what I feel like I need to do, so. Okay. I'm getting all defensive. No, I'm not really. I don't really care. Let's see. SRT edit plugins overview. Okay. All right, let's see how this goes. This could be interesting. I feel like this is going to be absolute, I actually don't know. I could go either way. Like, do I think it's going to win or fail? Is it going to actually do this in one shot? I have no idea. It'd be cool if it did, but... Oh. No console log errors, so I guess it might not actually do anything until I load audio file. It actually worked. Oh, that's sick. The only thing is it doesn't actually show the waveform, but it's doing what I want it to. That's really nice. That's sick. Very well done. the scroll and shift key functionality works exactly as requested. Perfect execution. The only issue is that the waveform is not actually rendered in the container. It's just I can't believe it got that in one shot. That's incredible. It's just a black box. Any idea on how to fix that? By the way, make it, let's see, how big do we want this to be? I just created the best navigation system for any wave editor in existence, by the way. It's actually better than any DAW. It's better than peaks.js. If I further develop this is the best system in existence. I mean, I'm just saying, that's amazing. Like, it's not taking up any interface. It only appears when you hold down shift. That's amazing. It's super perfect. It's the best thing I've ever seen. But we need to get it to, let's make it, instead of 33%, let's do a fixed size of, like, let's just start out with 100 pixels. Make it 100 pixels tall, fixed instead. And the waveform, no matter how wide in time, should fill that container. So the image, while 3840 pixels wide, responsively fills the container. I'm guessing you understood and executed that already, but since I can't see the waveform, I'm not really sure if it's an issue of the waveform being there and it's black on black. Give the rendered waveform a bright green color to match the waveform in the main scroll window to start allowing it to be configured via a constant. Okay. I mean, honestly, if it can't figure out how to add the waveform, for whatever reason, don't even care, because I already have what I need. Like, I can start editing today. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's get rid of... Also, get rid of the blur. After all, the slight black modal effect is sufficient. Blur makes it slightly more difficult to see the waveform. Also, make the entire layer about 85% opaque. So I can even see faintly the waveform behind it if I want to. All this configurable in consts in the code. Okay. Let's see if it can actually fix this waveform render. If it can, then wow. It basically one-shotted it though. I would give it pretty full credit. It just didn't. I mean, yeah, it missed a pretty key feature, but like that's still impressive to do that in one shot. quite amazing. Also, if it's not too much trouble, add a basic ruler system in the overlay with markers that scale intelligently based on the length of the file. If it's hours long, maybe every 10 minutes. If it's minutes long, every second. Use sensible scaling ticks that fit the occasion. Okay, we'll just let it make good decisions about that because I don't really feel like trying to figure out how many ruler spots on depending on the length of the time. Okay, so that is pretty good. Let's see. It may not have access to, I don't know if JavaScript can do this. I mean, it theoretically should be able to because my code does this using the canvas and other. I don't think I'm using an external library for the waveform generation. I think it's just vanilla JS. So theoretically, this should also be able to do that. But we'll see. Okay. I like that it's giving me the whole thing because sometimes LLMs or AI models, whatever, will tell you like fix this line of code, replace this function, and that's fine if you have a big code base, but it's really error prone because if you put it in the wrong place or it tells you the wrong thing, then you're just going to explode into like absolute garbage. So I prefer, if it's able to in its context window, to supply the entire code so I can just paste it in. It's like, saves a lot of time, obviously. I usually ask for that unless I know for a fact it's like way bigger than it can possibly deal with, and then I just do all the replacement stuff. But Grok is I don't know, Grok is hit and miss. Sometimes it does okay, but a lot of times the instructions are so poorly written that I'm like, you told me to like look for this function and it's like in my code like 40 times. Which one are you talking about? You know, it doesn't always come up with great instructions. Let's see. That is amazing to me that you can code this way. Like, I gave it a really good description, so I had a lot to go on, and not everyone could have that ability to communicate that clearly in code if they've never been a programmer. They might just say, make a way to, you know, scroll fast or something. Like, they may not know how to describe what they're trying to achieve. So I have the advantage of just being a developer in my past, so I can think on those terms, but in reality, like, it's doing all the heavy lifting. Like, I'm telling it what to do, but it's writing all the code, it works. It's just, yeah, it just kind of blows my mind every time it happens. Like, what? It did it, it achieved. that seemingly impossible task. I mean, it's not that. This one isn't that bad. I kind of thought it might succeed. There's been other times though when the prompt is so complicated and the desired functionality is so complicated that I just kind of doubt that it will achieve it, and when it does, I'm just like, what? Okay, let's see how we did here. By the way, I don't think I have any chat going on today, but if I do and I'm missing chat somehow, let me check. I want to make sure that's not likely, but I never want to ignore messages, but I'm so used to getting no chat that generally these days I just assume it's nobody's watching, but just do a quick check here on a few platforms. Looks like we're in the silent zone like usual. No big deal, just want to make sure. Okay. Let me do a test message just to make sure everything... Yep, we're good. I think everything's working. Alright, let's see. Yeah, it still can't seem to render that waveform for some reason. Oh, wait a minute. It's still blurred, so this might be the old version. Why would that be? I did a hard refresh. Did I not? Maybe I didn't upload it properly. Or maybe I didn't even save it properly. Let's just make sure. SRT plugins overview. That should be right. Oh, did I? Maybe I didn't even copy it. Let's just make sure. I'm going to go through all the proper paces here. I might not have actually copied and pasted. I think I did. Oh, no. I didn't, because that's massively different number of lines. Okay, so I just didn't. Got distracted somehow. Oh, let's see what it said first of all. Changes made. Waveform visibility. Updated the drawing logic to ensure high contrast. It defaults to a bright light green. Dimensions, yes. Remove the blur effect set. Container opacity, yes. Yep. Ruler system. Okay. Pretty basic. I like these brief responses. I've watched some content creators, and so I glean off of their knowledge, and they say, like, you know, one of the reasons it's good for these kind of brief responses is that it doesn't waste a bunch of tokens, so you can continue talking longer, or if you're on a paid subscription, it's theoretically cheaper, less token usage. So yeah, it should be good. Yeah, somehow I failed to save that. I don't know what I was doing for. Thought I copied and pasted it, but I guess not. Let's try it again. Yeah, so for some reason it's having trouble with the rendering that. I wonder if there's any errors in the console. Honestly though, like, I'll fix this later, and the thing that's sick about this is I literally just created the best navigation system for audio editors that's ever been conceived. I'm pretty sure. I've never seen anything this cool. The only issue is that the you know, it's not rendering the waveform, which is unfortunate. But the other thing is maybe it is really long. So what if it's like either pushing it off canvas, so it's like being clipped by the container, or it's so thin, like down at the bottom or something, because it's so wide. I don't think that's the case, but it is something to consider. I think the clipping, like positioning, isn't correct. It could be something like that. My guess is that whatever it's trying to do to render this waveform is not working. That's cool. I think that'll actually work because, so I have this other thing where I, if I add some markers in here, I have this thing where if I hold shift and do arrow keys, it'll jump to the markers, and I think that's actually okay. That it shows the overview thing. At first I was thinking, wait, what else do I use shift for? And I remembered I use it for this, but that actually, it looks like it's meant to do that. And that only does that if you're hovering over the that area anyway, so it's kind of optional. So this is like non-breaking, non-invasive, true plugin perfection. Like it did a really good job. I'll fix the waveform rendering later because I don't want to be vibe coding today. I want to be editing, but now I can edit. Now I can actually do what I set out to do. The only disadvantage or problem with not seeing the waveform is I can't like easily, like if I could see the waveform, I could see like where there's big breaks. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, the other thing I'm using. Okay, let's see. I'm not sure you still have it in your memory context window, but if you can add, actually, let's see. I could make it it's kind of a minimal plugin, like kind of goofy to add a plugin for such a simple thing. Let's add another plugin. Call it wheel. Super basic. If the mouse is hovering over the waveform canvas area and the mouse wheel is used, it will scroll horizontally. Use the industry gold standard of 7 to 10% of width per wheel. What do you call those little things? Like click? I don't know. Wheel unit? I don't know. Another AI on another project suggested 8% of width per wheel action. Seems to work well. Also add a 10 times speed scroll when shift plus wheel. So this new wheel .js needs to work with the previous overview.js in that they both use shift when hovering. No need to change anything in overview.js. Just want to make sure wheel.js works as well. Okay, let's try it. This one should be pretty easy. Unfortunately, the default behavior in horizontal scroll windows requires shift plus wheel to go horizontal, but I want wheel only. Since we let me think about this. So if it doesn't bother me if overview shows up when I do the 10 times shift plus wheel scroll. In fact, I wouldn't mind if it was always there, even with regular wheel. Okay. I just want the wheel to work. Yeah, so we'll add 2 new features today. This one's, pretty basic, really small, but still, adding 2 features in one night, pretty quickly. Pretty cool. That's the fun of vibe coding, the satisfying aspect of it. It's like, I just added a bunch of new features and got rid of a bunch of bugs all in one night. It's kind of crazy. Obviously, you could be introducing new errors and whatever. There's all sorts of problems that could happen, but most of the time, it just works. Especially if you communicate what you're trying to do pretty well, it will generally do a pretty good job. Let's see. This should be a really small bit of code, like not very many lines, it seems like. Unless it's trying to interact with the other plugin somehow or whatever. Shouldn't need any CSS or, just a few lines of JavaScript, I think. Yep, pretty small. Seems kind of almost guaranteed it's going to one-shot this because it's so basic. SRT edit plugins. Yeah, I wish I could get that waveform thing working, but I could look at the code that it added and see if I could figure it out, but honestly, I doubt it. Let's see how complicated it is. I don't know. Honestly, I haven't done a lot with Canvas stuff, so I don't think I'd be able to figure it out without doing a ton of research. And it's exactly what I don't want to do, so. But yeah, it's definitely not rendering the waveform. I'm surprised that this few lines of code can potentially produce a waveform anyway, but what do I know? Because I've never actually coded such a thing. I don't really see anything that gives away the fact that it's doing anything related to a waveform, honestly, but I guess it's here. Okay, data window. Channel data. Find peak in this chunk. Okay, that's cool. So it is. I'm surprised that JavaScript just has this stuff built in. Like it's not calling any external library of any kind. It's just like really basic. There's a chance that like the variable that it's trying to access is not the wave data that I have in my code already. Like maybe it hallucinated or catastrophically forgot the variable name, so it's looking for something. But I would think if that was the case, it would actually have a console log error of like variable not found or something. So I don't know, but or it could be a race issue. Like maybe if I tell it like maybe the data isn't there for you to access yet, you know, something like that. We'll see. I'll try to fix that later, but right now I don't really feel like it. I just want to see if I can get this working. Just the fact that this works one shot is really nice. Yep, and okay. So apparently there's a conflict there. Okay. Apparently there is indeed a conflict. I was hoping not, but when the overview.js modal like layer covers up the waveform, it essentially disables the ability to use the shift plus mouse wheel. On the background container. Please fix either by rewriting a special case in mouse wheel JS or giving me a new overview.js. Let's see. Nice. Okay, that's a good solution. I like it. I didn't really want to have to have it rewrite the overview thing, so that I'm glad it made that decision. Hopefully it works, obviously. Yeah, I have mixed feelings about these these two projects. There's so much overlap, but they both have their own charm or their own like use case, and so I can't necessarily easily abandon. Like since I added this shift navigation thing, this one is almost like in one fell swoop. It's like almost as good as this, except that I love how this. Man, I can't even hear myself think with that music. Let me fix that real quick. I have it up too loud in my monitor. Where is that? Okay, hopefully that. Yeah, that'll work. Good, good, good. That's way too loud for me. I like the look of this. This is the project I want to go forward with. The only issue with this is because I'm using a bunch of external libraries, it's way harder to vibe code because the LLMs have to be aware not only of my own personal code, but like the external libraries and whether they're maintained or not and which version I'm using and all of the bugs that are known in those libraries. It makes it way more complicated. The only reason I went that direction with the redo or remake is because I thought it would be too hard to try to replicate this functionality in my current vanilla JS thing going on here. But I mean, we essentially did it in like just by adding that cool little plugin. But I still like most everything about this better, but not everything. It's possible that I could go the opposite direction and say, hey Gemini, take a look at this project, either give it a screenshot or access to the code. How about styling my other project with those same styles and redo this and that? Because technically this project is further along in many ways. It has a lot more features and it would save a lot of time instead of like trying to port all those features over to this to just work on the original, because the original is pretty stable. I mean, almost everything just works. I can add markers, I can make them into regions like this. I actually like this style of markers better than these because they can be occupying the same space. I can drag them. You actually can't drag these markers, by the way. You have to write your own code to be able to do it. So like, I think there might actually be a somewhat hacky way to do it, like but by default you can't drag these. Like you can drag the ends, but you can't drag them from the center. There's no way to do it. And that's annoying. Whereas mine, you can drag them around, you can resize them. And I think they look better, they're less intrusive. But the one thing that this external peaks.js library has going for it that I don't is it's using the canvas, which I think is a little bit faster in rendering, like on GPU type scenarios. I'm actually using like HTML entities, like divs and whatever spans, you know, just actual HTML things with CSS instead of the canvas. And so I think it's slower if you have hundreds of markers. But then also, like, the responsiveness of this is like super buttery smooth, like, you know, it's really professional. And mine is like, it's kind of like you click, you can't like drag. It's a little bit clunkier. However, with this thing, it kind of brings it back up to speed. So I don't know, I have mixed feelings. Maybe I'll just eventually come to the point where they both have all the same features, and then they almost just cease to have their own identity. They're just like merged into one master app. The way this looks is 100 times better. Like, I love the styling on this thing. It's really refined. Anyway, I'm pretty happy with the progress I made on just vibe coding. I think I'm going to end my vibe coding efforts. Oh, did I test this? I didn't test this. Let me refresh this and see if it actually fixed anything. It did. Woohoo! Good job, Gemini. I'm not unhappy or angry today. Not at all. Like, it did very well. If it was a person, like, I would want to, like if I was actually like partnered with some developer and they made this for me, like, just then, I'd be like, sick, dude, that was amazing. But since it's just a stupid LLM, I'm not going to give it any rewards. But it did a great job. Like, that's pretty impressive. Yeah, it's disappointing that the waveform isn't rendered, but I'm not actually that bummed about it. It got me 90% of what I was asking for. It's pretty good. Pretty stinking good. It's very responsive too. It's like lightning fast. That like just upped the game of this app by about 10, factor of 10. It's like, I was kind of disappointed. I was kind of wanting to abandon this project, merge everything over here. Now I'm like, a few tweaks and this project could be better than the other one, you know? I mean, I could breathe new life into it, that's for sure. I mean, that feature just breathed new life into it. All right. Okay, so I think I'm, for now, just going to close up my AI stuff and just start doing some editing, maybe. And take a quick break, bathroom break, get a drink, maybe a snack. So I'll probably be going for a while until I get tired. Just doing some Bible reading edits, and you can kind of see my workflow, like how I approach this kind of stuff. Yeah, so let's get rid of all these markers. So yeah, I'm gonna actually I added this clear all markers, clear all phrases. That's actually a plugin. I came up with the idea of adding plugins because AI can't receive a code base over a certain number of lines without starting to hallucinate or catastrophically forget. So I was like, wait a minute, how about I just give it my code, hopefully it remembers enough of it, and then from now on I'm just going to add everything as a plugin. So once I had that kind of revelation or aha moment, I've been able to continue with pretty large projects, because you can, as long as you keep your main code base within reason, you can just keep adding new features by adding plugins rather than like expanding your main block of code or whatever. So pretty cool. good way to vibe code. Just a hint for anybody that has come across that problem. That's one way to get around it. All right, so I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back in a few minutes. some Cheez-Its to chow on. What's that noise? Hopefully nobody's chatting and their messages are not going through, but usually it only makes that noise when there's somebody chatting, but I don't see anything. So I don't know what that noise was. I hope I'm not getting sick. My throat is like super dry and kind of feel like, you know how you sort of get that feeling right before you're about to get sick. But well, I can't think of the word, but I've had that a few times recently and it just goes away before developing into a real significant sickness, so dodged the bullet, I guess. Anyway, might get sick at some point. I just hope I'm not sick over Thanksgiving. That would suck. But we'll see. I think it's mostly about my sleeping patterns, to be honest. I'm just not very healthy in that sense. Okay. Oh, I was thinking, just for fun, let's have a little bit of fun here. This will be an experiment. Let me see, what kind of file structure do I have? I don't want to get like too wrapped up in vibe coding, so I kind of want to just start editing, but let's see. Probably don't really need to do this, but you already were supplied this index PHP, but I want to make sure you didn't forget it. Try to add a complete CSS theme overhaul to make this app always occupy the whole screen with no scrolling, aka a flex box scenario. And also position and theme all the buttons and windows to give off a fast tracker, a heavy fast tracker 2 or impulse tracker vibe. Make me a tracker.css theme I can attach that overrides all the built-in themes, built-in CSS to achieve this. Hopefully without introducing any breaking changes to functionality. Alright, let's just see what it does. Just for fun. You know, if it gave me a theme that I'm like, yeah, I'll go with that, then that would just be kind of cool, but chances are it might have some conflicts with some of the other plugins that I've written that might be expecting certain layout scenarios or something, so it might just break everything, but I want to try it, see how it does. And then other parts of the interface will be controlled by plugins and it won't be aware of what's in those files, so it'll only be able to affect certain aspects. of the interface, but let's just see what we get. I'm going to mute my microphone for a while because I'm going to be chewing on Cheez-Its. I mean, it's a little bit broken, but it did pretty well. Like, I don't know what's going on with the inputs on this screen, necessarily. Overall, though, it did a pretty good job. Yeah. So I can use this theme. Nice. Hey, Seas Moth. Brother Flo, hello. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with your spirit. Thank you. Is that Ordaf? Of course it is. Haven't seen you in a while. I actually was thinking about you the other day, wondering where you were at, what was going on in your life, hoping you didn't get shipped off to war or something like that. Hope you're doing good. Sweet. I'm pretty happy with that theme change. I think I'll just stick with it. The only thing is some of the functionality might have been broken, so I may have to tread cautiously with this, but overall looks pretty good. Gives me a good starting point if I decide to restyle this myself, but I'd say that's a vast improvement over what I had before. I was getting kind of sick of the colored pill box type look. So we'll have to test it with some actual data here and see if it actually works. Yeah, I love that new feature with the shift. It's pretty cool. I just wish the waveform showed there. That would be nice. But overall, did pretty good. I like the colors. I like the green up here. Green is my favorite color, and it just kind of has that LCD tech type kind of vibe to it. I would change definitely some of the colors though, like the green clashes with the blue ever so slightly. If anything, I think this should maybe be maybe just black, honestly, being honest. Let's see. Yeah, well, I'm not going to bother with trying to figure out what style is doing what right now, but let's see. Maybe I will. So that's black, but why? What do we got? Something's not. Something in here has a background that's not black. I don't know what it is. I'll figure that out later. Could be the canvas elements have a background color. Anyway. Generally speaking, I'm going to stick with this. I like it better than the theme I had going on. So I'll just use this for now. Definitely need some tweaks. It's got some little problems, but overall, it's not bad. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to mute the microphone unless somebody chats, so I can chomp on some Cheez-Its. Okay, so I think I'm gonna try to do a little editing here. Let me see. This sucks, actually. Ever since I split off these two apps, or have these two different apps, I'm having a hard time figuring out which one I want to use for what. Because this one is made for audio editing, like actually trimming out stuff, and it's made for that purpose really well. Shoot, I might have to do some more vibe coding. Don't want to, but the problem is, because of the stupid marker issue where I can't drag the boundaries sometimes, or most of the time, I can't really use it right now. Let's see. Let's get rid of all these markers and start over. It does have some random errors that happen occasionally. It's irritating that this error happened because this was not happening last night. I had it was all working, and so these mystery phantom bugs that creep up just waste a lot of time, really. Let's see. Let's just do a test. Split, 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 split. Yeah, I can't drag any of these handles. It's so irritating. Oh boy. It's possible that the, I feel like there's a decent chance that the functionality that I added to highlight the active section might somehow have broken that. I can't think of anything else that would have any relation to that. And that doesn't really relate at all. I don't know why that would be an issue. Shouldn't be. And I feel like there's also a chance that maybe I could break it out of its whatever cycle it's in by figuring out like some kind of interface refresh. That's why I was clicking on the zoom buttons. I thought, well, maybe that'll reset the everything and just make it work, but yeah, nope. And it could be that there's a certain magical zoom level. No, it's just messed up. Let me see if I can vibe code my way out of this though, because that would be nice. Let's see. I don't want to be coding anymore today. I want to work on actual editing, but I can't really edit if I can't get this working. Let's see if it can at least diagnose a possible problem here. I want to start entirely over because, actually, no, wait a minute. It has the code right now. It has it in its memory, possibly. Let's keep it going. It should have that still in its context window. Oh, this is no, never mind. Yeah, we have to start over. I keep getting these two projects mixed up. Let's just start all the way over. I didn't have to close that, but it's kind of my habit of doing it that way. I could just start a new conversation. Let's see. I just always want to make sure I'm starting like completely fresh. It's like skip all that stuff we just talked about. Let's start over so it doesn't get like muddied up in its context. I must be getting tired. I can't even like, I keep mixing up. These projects are so similar that I keep like adding the wrong file because I'm like, wait, which one am I thinking about here? They're totally getting mixed up in my mind at this point. Now that they look kind of similar, it's going to be even worse. So audio edit index, and then we want audio edit JS. I don't think I need anything there. I think we want okay, Houston, let's be really corny. Houston, we have a problem. Like, okay. Let's see. I don't know what is causing this, but I often cannot drag on the handles. Let me do a test. Let me see if let me start over here. Let's get rid of all this junk. What if I add like markers? Can I drag those first of all? No. Interestingly though, I like where it put the little handles, even though they don't work, but like I can't drag them. But the fact that it put them on the top like that is kind of what I was originally asking it to do, although if they're too close to each other, let's see if I can simulate that by putting one right here. No, it doesn't really work. They're supposed to stack, and I can drag that one for some reason. They're supposed to stagger so that they don't intersect, so that you can always be able to drag them if they're like overlapping. But the problem with the peaks.js library is that it's completely, you know, self-contained GitHub project or whatever. It's pretty complicated with a lot of stuff going on. And you can't just easily customize it. It exposes some options on the init, you know, when you initialize it. Certain things you can change, but mostly not. Like almost nothing you can change. And I looked at the documentation, or AI did for me because I don't really care. But you can do it through what they call a marker factory, which is essentially what I've done here. That's how I'm able to have these automatically assigned rainbow colors, and the little dragger is, the little handle is on the top. But see, now I can't move that same one that I was just moving. I can't move it now for some reason. It's really irritating. Anyway, I'm guessing now there's like one down here for some reason. That's like a mega glitch, but whatever. I've never seen it actually put them on the top like that. That's kind of what I asked it to do, and it never worked before, but now all of a sudden it's kind of working. Kind of working, but kind of not. And then there's this one that's down here that, why? I don't know. So I just wanted to see if maybe the point, these are called point markers in this ecosystem of peaks.js. See, I can move that one right now. None of the others. This one I can move. Not that one. Not that one. This one. It's like, what? If I can get this fixed right now, though, then I can start editing. I don't know what's causing this, but I often cannot drag on the handles for either point markers or segments. Within the peaks.js ecosystem, as it were. You might see that I'm using a custom marker factory in my code. I'm wondering if that might be part of the problem. It could also be some kind of bubbling CSS or otherwise mouse behavior detachment. I really don't know. Please inspect the project and recommend a fix if you see that something that is an obvious problem. Don't hallucinate a solution if you don't actually see the issue. Please provide entire drop-in function replacements if the error is with one. Otherwise, single line repair is fine as long as you clearly identify the surrounding code so I don't drop it in the wrong place. Okay. I don't know if it's going to be able to get this. Strangely, I can drag some of the handles. Let's estimate 25% of them 25% of the time, which is extremely annoying. Even the same marker handle I am able to move, seconds later it becomes unclickable. I've also seen the mouse region that activates them be far away from the little gray rectangles. This is probably the key. The active hover click region is getting offset somehow. Okay, let's see if it can fix it. I hope it just finds the error and fixes it. I'm not particularly happy with the marker factory anyway. So if I have to ditch that somewhat, that's fine if it's the offending factor. I was hoping peaks.js exposed far more customization of the markers visually, but it's extremely limited. I definitely want to keep the auto color feature I have. It works great, but the attempt to reposition the rectangle handles for moving markers might be interfering. Okay, let's just see. Let me copy this because I want to. Maybe I'll try the same thing in Grok if Gemini doesn't one-shot it or figure it out. Okay, centering the handles are now mathematically centered for blah blah blah. Replace the section index. Okay, it sounds like you are on to something. However, consider this scenario. Quite often, there will be markers that occupy the same horizontal time space. This is especially the case when I have a huge region and I type S or hit the split button to cut at the playhead. Then we will have a end rectangle handle drag and start handle drag in the exact same spot. Can we either detect this overlap and shift one down below the other, or always put end handles a lane downward so they can be identified at a glance? This is superior to the first option. You can see how much I've been working on this. got 155 revisions so far, but that doesn't represent every single one. Sometimes I don't do this little silly backup step. Gemini 3. Pro 3.0 attempt 2. So I feel better. I don't think I necessarily broke this. I mean, I think that's one of the issues when you rely on some external project or code or CDN or anything. It's kind of like a black box magic file that you add to your project, and you have no idea how it works, and nobody does. Literally nobody does except for the person that wrote it. And so if something goes wrong, it's like good luck trying to fix it, and or getting the author of the plugin to fix it. Like, yeah, fat chance. It's just, I don't know. I don't really like using external libraries for that reason, because you just don't really know what's going to happen, how it's going to affect your project. The only reason I decided to do it in this project is because I liked the behavior of that plugin, and I didn't want to have to reinvent the wheel. I wanted to try it from 2 different approaches. The first project is all vanilla JS and CSS for the most part, aside from a couple plugins for AI sound detection that I added later. But primarily it's hand-coded by AI, of course, but it's not basically relying on any external libraries. The second project, I decided to go the entire opposite route and reuse as many libraries as I could, and hope to get the best functionality that other talented programmers have already, worked on, so I don't have to reinvent the wheel. But honestly, I think it's been more difficult working with other people's libraries than just doing it the hand-coded way, because it's pretty easy to vibe code a new feature into a script where it can see the entire code base. But when you're dealing with external libraries that are gigantic and it can't possibly look through the whole thing, and it doesn't necessarily know which version you have, there's a million forked versions of everything and different revisions. It gets pretty complicated, and so I haven't really enjoyed as much doing it this way, except for the fact that I like how peaks.js presents things, more or less, except the marker and segment stuff kind of sucks. I guess technically it's using that, Kona or something thing behind the scenes, and so it could be the fault of that as well. We're kind of a combined responsibility, but it's just kind of a mess, and it's really hard to diagnose issues when you're dealing with a bunch of libraries that you don't really fully understand. Let's see, attempt to mix peaks.js marker and region handles, not dragging, adding stagger to start to end marker handles. Let's just see what this does. When I get tired like this and I'm working on multiple projects at the same time that are almost identical, I keep there's a chance I could paste this in the wrong place. Shouldn't be working on this when I'm actually tired like this. That would be kind of a disaster if I did something like that, but I think I did it right. Okay, so let's start afresh. I'm going to start completely fresh by trying to clear everything out. It would be really nice if this just fixed it. like, that would be super awesome. Let's check the console log, see if it's going to cause any weird errors. Oops. Nope, it didn't fix anything. First of all, it didn't actually do anything at all. Still massively borked. Nope, you 100% misdiagnosed the issue, apparently. I was hoping you wouldn't hallucinate a solution just because all LLMs are yes men, and even if they want, or should say, I don't have a clue or give me more context, they never do under any circumstances. Hopefully the Google devs are reading this or watching the stream, because all AI needs this improvement to move forward. Anyway, let's see. I kinda hate the peaks.js and what is it, Kona? I can't remember what it is. Canva framework at this point. Everything that is done to try to customize it makes it fragile. Supreme. I'm still not sure if my custom markers are the culprit, or if some other CSS or JS mouse bubbling is to blame. Either way, how could we test getting rid of the custom marker factory without breaking other stuff? I want to make 100% sure to not break my supreme perfection. Auto color feature must not be touched, no matter what. Please dig deeper. Realize this all-important fact. I'm using peaks.js 3.4.2. You might not find it at first search because someone told me it's a fork of the main project, which has stagnated a bit. And so someone took it on and forked it, going to 3.4.2 and hopefully beyond. I sort of debated whether to use peaks.js or wave surfer.js, and AI pointed me in the direction of Peaks. After doing a comparison and use case for my needs anyway, kind of annoyed with it at the moment. Please attempt again to dig deeper and find other users experiencing similar issues. to diagnose, solve. Okay, this sounds like it could be onto something. Like, it always does, because AI is meant to sound like it never just says complete nonsense that doesn't sound like it could have an angle to it, but I feel like this could be going in a direction that is, I have a little bit of hope that it might solve it, because I do know by default the peaks.js library is built around a fixed height, and so you can tell what that fixed height is in the options, but it's not really configured to be all responsive and stuff like I made it, and I kind of hacked my way into that, hoping it would work, and generally it was working really well, and so all of a sudden it stopped working, and it could have very well related to some of those Flexbox responsive type changes that I made, or that AI made at my request. So it would be cool if this actually does something. Okay, so here's the fix. This replaces the thing. If it forces Peaks to realign its internal coordinates with the DOM every time the container's geometry shifts down to the pixel. Okay. Sounds a little bit aggressive, but resize handler. Okay. Okay, if this doesn't work, I'll try that second suggestion, because I'm willing to give up my custom markers because it doesn't work anyway, because the peaks.js and Conva system are massively fragile. I don't like them. And so I may as well just go with the default markers that the library provides, because I need this to work, and otherwise this whole app is completely unusable. So, but we'll try this first. I also need to make it, I've been meaning to do this for a while, but anytime you click a button it should make this menu disappear. Currently I have to like click outside of it explicitly. Okay, let's start with no markers, and then let's add two observations. First of all, it works so far. Second of all, those look stunningly gorgeous. Like, perfect. Kind of made an arbitrary choice to change the style of them, and it made them look perfect. The only thing I would maybe improve on them is I would make a shape like I would essentially do something like this. Oops. Wouldn't do the 3D effect because that's stupid. It should be flat design, but the point is I would make maybe a shape like that instead of the rectangle, which I don't think that this library allows that kind of customization, but if it did, that's what I would do. I would just have that basic shape. I wouldn't have any 3D stuff. I might do like a simple What is that junk? I need to make a slider for this, by the way. Been watching the guy that does Inkscape development. Seems like a really cool guy. I followed his channel on YouTube, and I enjoy the fact that he creates content, but that UI definitely needs some enhancements. When you click on it, it should produce a slider that you can like slide back and forth, kind of like I think Affinity does that. But it's you can't like jump to things quickly. Anyway, so let's see. You know, just something basic. This isn't, you know, I'm not like doing a very good job at expressing myself visually here, but probably it just looks better without any kind of effects on it. Anyway, some shape sort of like this. You can even get rid of some of this vertical space between the lines. I don't know why I'm spending so much time on this, but you get the idea. Something like that would be nice. Even an actual triangle would be fine too. I don't know why it makes those intermediate points. Something like that would be cool. Why is it translucent? Oh, they added, I think they, is it in here? Is it in Inkscape or Affinity that they added that round corners of any shape feature? That is really cool. I can't remember what app did that recently. It's one of the two. It's either Inkscape or Affinity. It's really nice. I don't see it here, so it must be an Affinity thing. You can achieve a similar thing with something like this, I suppose. Anyway, you could make a little thing like that. You know what I'm saying. I don't know why I'm just like fixated on playing around with this. Just something to do, I guess. Okay. Anyway, the rectangles are fine though. Like that's not a. I'm just amazed that it actually made it work, and it also enhanced the styling without me really even asking for it. Let's see about regions. Okay. So regions are still the old style, and we still can't drag on them. Okay. So it seemingly fixed the marker problem. Well, nope, never mind. Spoke too soon. Like, sometimes works. So annoying. I think it's an issue of the peaks.js library. But it could also be something that I introduced. But yeah, no, it didn't fix anything. Isn't that weird though? Like for a while I was like dragging every single one like successfully, and then all of a sudden it's like decided, too bad for you, you get no access to drag handles. It's like, what? so weird. Ah, well, never mind. For a moment, I thought, wait a minute. Yeah, I did apply that. Oh, okay. Let's keep going. Let's see. How to test safe mode without breaking auto color? You asked. So that didn't work, but it almost did. I thought it was working for a minute. Peaks.js has a default fallback marker. It does not respect the color property you pass to it. So your supreme perfection auto color will still work. Wait, what? It does respect. Okay. The markers will change color, but they will look like the default Peaks lollipops instead of your... They don't... I mean, the default Peaks are not lollipops, though. They're actually just stupid rectangles. I'd rather them look like... I mean, I don't know what that means by lollipop, but I think it sounds better than what I've been seeing. I think the default is to have them all in the center of the waveform, like this gray rectangle is. So I can drag on it, like I can drag on that all the way over here. But yeah, it's definitely ghosting the snapping, I mean the hover zone away from where it should be. It's all over the place. Like, I don't know how I would figure out where the draggable area is. It's like every other one is working right now, but that's not even a pattern. It's like based on who knows what kind of... Oh, wait a minute. Let's see. What? It's very inconsistent. I can't do the yellow one. I can do the green one now. Can I do the yellow one? Like, it's so random. I don't know. This thing is racist. Doesn't like yellow. Come on. None of the segments work. I tried the first thing, and my first impression was that you fixed it. I could create and drag markers, but then suddenly it went out to lunch. I couldn't drag any of them, and then the next moment I could drag some of them, then none again. It changes all the time. Pure nonsense. The rectangle handles on ranges, regions, whatevers are basically never draggable. And let's see, let's test the offset thing. I don't think it implemented that properly. I think it tried to, but it didn't work. So if I split this, yeah, you can't, like, it didn't make the end marker lower than the start marker like it asked it to. I think it's just a limitation of this library. I've actually never seen any code that successfully alters the appearance of these handles on the regions. They're just like baked in and you can't do anything about it. And it's the worst. It's like the worst implementation ever. They really need to work on this part of it. I don't know. Actually, occasionally I can drag in a phantom zone with generals on. That is like 40 pixels away, and sometimes grab them from one side. That is visually completely far away from the handle. It's borked supreme. Yuck. Okay. I kinda hate this library at this point. I know the dev worked hard on it, but it's pretty flaky. Alright. I think it's probably related to making it responsive. I think it expects an absolute height assigned to the container, and if you do anything else, it just like wigs out. I don't know. Pretty annoying. I think just as a quick experiment, I'm going to try disabling the custom marker factory stuff and to see if what that does, because, I mean, it probably won't do anything, but you never know. Let's see. Nope, it doesn't make any difference. Yeah, so this is the default. All the markers are in the center, which literally doesn't make any sense because I've already mentioned this on my stream several times, but the center is the last place you want it to be because it's covering up the waveform. You can't see what's going on there. Like, say you want to mark the border of this wave, and this little rectangle is covering up part of the wave so you can't see it. It's especially true if you're zoomed out like this and you're trying to hit on the end of where something is going on in the little peaks. It's actually covering up. If you're going to have it in the middle, it should be translucent, like 50%. But in reality, you could just like make it down or up. I think, you know, on the top, or maybe 30% up is fine. Just somewhere that's not in the center. Plus, they should have a staggering logic so that if two are occupying the same space like this, one of them bumps up or down automatically. Otherwise, you can't even tell if there's two in the same spot. If they stacked on top of each other, that would be a visual cue that, like, oh, there's multiple markers occupying that same space. Anyway, it needs some work. And for some reason, I can drag them right now, but like that changes with the wind. I can't drag this one. It doesn't like the yellow ones. Seriously. I don't like yellow or red right now. I don't know what the deal is. Yeah, I can't drag any of those. I can drag this one. That one. Yeah, that's random. Anyway, that didn't fix anything. That just reset the visual style of them, which doesn't... I mean, I like the custom style with them on the top. It's much better. But I still can't drag them. I hear your frustration. Before I do this, let me just put these back into play for now. It's a failed experiment, so actually let's just delete that because it didn't do anything for me. Fix a big hitbox marker factory. We're going to replace this one this time. Key changes the glass pane technique. Instead of a line with a stroke width, we draw a transparent rectangle. This doesn't sound like a likely solution based on just my instincts and hunch. This is kind of out of my area of knowledge, so maybe it'll work, but it just doesn't. When I read that, what it's doing, I'm like, it doesn't sound like something that's gonna actually make a difference. I still feel like it's on the wrong track somehow. I don't know, you kind of get a feeling sometimes, even if you don't know exactly what's going on. And I could be totally wrong. It might fix it, but it just doesn't seem like the right diagnosis to me. But we'll see. It'll be great. I would like it if it fixed it. What else? Triple check. mentioned rectangle handles, ranges, regions, markers, whatever's needed. We need to make sure the region isn't eating your clicks. Well, not really, because it's I have to click in the colored overlay region to be able to grab the phantom rectangles. Segment options. Sometimes the SRT overlay or other UI elements overlay the canvas and block looks invisibly. SRT. I don't think that's the case. It could be. Let me see. The thing is, it's very obvious where the SRT overlay is. That is a good. That's actually a valid thing to check. I'm glad I mentioned that because. But the thing is, look at how small it is. It's way down there, unless it has like some weird thing around it. It's only that big. It's like that couldn't possibly cause an issue because I'm not clicking anywhere near where that's located. So it was a good thing to mention. Just it's worth checking. I don't think that's it. Alright, so this was all correct. I don't need to fix that. It gave me this code. Let's see what that does. Probably nothing, to be honest. I don't think it's on the right track at all. But I never know. The thing that's weird to me is I'm fairly certain that I had it working before, although it's hard to even know if I had it working because sometimes it's working, sometimes it's not. Like, oh yay, right now I can move the green one, and the aqua one, and the blue one. Oh, sometimes the purple one. Not the yellow one, how dare you. Red, yellow, not allowed. So weird. I'm sure the clickable handle is in some awkward place. So I click in the right magical spot. I don't know. Okay. Let's see if it made any difference. I might have to go to bed soon. I really wasn't wanting to fiddle with all this stupid vibe coding stuff. I knew I was going to do a little bit because I wanted to add a couple of these features and maybe fix a bug like this. I thought, well, if I can fix this bug, then I can just start editing. But man, it's not happening. And honestly, I don't feel like some people would say, see, AI sucks. Like, you gotta be a senior developer. Like, we all have our jobs still. Ha ha ha. But in reality, it's like, yeah, you try to fix this. Like, it's really just an issue with this random library that you're trying to plug into your code, and likely the person who wrote that library didn't consider this scenario that it's being placed in, so it's kind of buggy. So it's really not the fault of AI, it's the fault of anybody trying to solve such a weird cascading problem is going to have this kind of difficulty. Let's see. people are always looking for that though. Like, I don't know, kind of cherry pick the worst examples of how AI was bad like 5 years ago with giving everybody 6 fingers and weird looking dead eyes. So like, see, it'll never replace us. It's like, that was 5 years ago, first of all. Second of all, it doesn't always do that. Now it doesn't. It basically never does that. And same thing with the code or any information it gives you. It's pretty rare, honestly, that it's going to go off the deep end like that anymore. What am I doing? Let's see. I'm not like a advocate for AI. I'm just saying, I try to be honest in all things. Like, I don't exaggerate the narrative in my favor, or even in my friends or family's favor. Like, oh, I have some friends that are developers. I hope they don't lose their jobs, or I hope this isn't stressing them out. Yeah, that's true. But at the same time, if AI is becoming something of great use, or something that you have to learn to be a developer, or it could replace you, or, you know, all that stuff, then you gotta deal with it. You can't just like pretend like la la la, plug your ears like nothing's happening. Like, you know, you gotta actually see what's happening and decide whether you want to continue coding in the way that you do, or if you have to change your style, or if you just want to get out of coding because the whole thing is going to crap. That's what I did. Choose option 3. Let's get out of this stuff. I don't like coding anymore. Yeah, each person has to figure out what they're going to do. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm kind of tired now. I'm probably going to end the stream pretty soon because I'm at that point where I'm starting to just click on random stuff instead of doing what I'm intending to do. Plus, I'm just kind of like tired of this. I didn't really want to be doing a bunch of coding stuff. Yeah, it didn't fix anything. Can't click on the green one, but I can click on the yellow one. Can't click on the aqua one. Can't click on the blue. Can't click on the purple. Can't click on the red. Yellow's fine. It's like inverted it now. Yellow's the only one. That's my favorite. How about this one? Nope. It's only the yellow one if it's at its original position. But once you change it to a different position, the yellow one becomes unclickable. This is so random. Like, it's the most random behavior I've ever seen. It's really bad. Okay. Yeah, I can only click on the yellow one right now. So arbitrary. I wonder if I just like go back and forth like 50 times. Now I can click on all of them. Right? How about maybe there's like some weird error if you're too close to the edge of this big old container. None of them are clickable. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think this is related to the clickable error thing, but there's definitely an error here I need to fix. Yeah, anytime now, if I ever try to add a marker, oh, well, finally it worked. Now it's working. It's so random. I think it's honestly the peaks.js. I think it's probably, like, I hope the person that made peaks.js isn't watching this stream. It's certainly possible. You know, someday they do a search on their library and it's like, oh, this guy's talking about, oh no, he thinks it sucks. I mean, I don't actually think it sucks. It's really a cool library, but this marker stuff sucks, that's for sure. It's really unusable. But again, it definitely could be my code interacting with it in a certain way that causes this, so I have no idea. See, look at that, like just opening up the developer tools. Oh, actually, that's cool. So that is the actual staggering effect that I was going for when I was talking about earlier, where if there's a bunch of duplicate markers on the same, occupying the same space. It actually should do that. Let me see if that's what's going on here. Yeah, we got 985, 985 a bunch of times. So that's actually doing, and this is what I told it to do. I told AI to make it do this. So it actually did it, but it only works if you like refresh the vertical space that it occupies somehow. And it doesn't always work. Like, that's the first time I've actually seen it do what it's supposed to all this time. And yet I still can't click any of them. I don't know, man. It's pretty messed up. I kind of want to ditch Peaks at this point, to be honest, because I think it's kind of the source of most of these problems. It just seems very unstable. Or it could be the combo thing, like, I don't know which actual piece of the puzzle is the culprit, but something in that stack of libraries is a mess. Oh, I think. I can't say that with 100% certainty, because it definitely could be something. Yeah. I don't think Gemini is going to get this. Let's just play around here. How many lines of code do we got here? Let's just try this. I don't know if this is going to work, but let's just give Grok a chance. I have to paste all this in there, and it might be too much. Sometimes Grok is like amazingly one-shot and super intelligent. Other times it's just a complete moron. So I don't know. Same with every AI model, I guess. I think it's probably going to just error out. Maybe not. Wow, that was a fast answer. The real problem is your custom marker factory, specifically how the hitbox... That was an instant answer. There was no delay. There wasn't even like the standard typing animation that you're used to. It's just like, boink, there it is. Less than 1 microsecond. They actually implemented time travel in Grok in the latest release, apparently. That was literally instantaneous answer. What? Like how? How could it answer that quickly? Okay, the real problem is that you correctly identified the symptom, the active, blah blah blah. Staggered marker init and fit to view. You create the hitbox like this. This assumes the conv group the marker is positioned within. So see, this is what I was talking about, where it wastes like 5 billion tokens in its answer, but it's actually, you know, well, I don't know if it's actually finding the error, but if it is, then it's 100 times better than Gemini, that's for sure. We'll see. It feels hopeful though. I mean, unfortunately Grok has this habit of being way too confident. It says the real problem is, and then at the end it's guaranteed the last line in this message is going to be fixed. You're welcome. Enjoy your thing. It's like, no, probably not. We'll see. Double offset. See, it sounds like it's actually making sense though. This stuff makes sense. Gemini had no input to offer. It had no text that it presented on the screen that said something that you think, oh, yeah, that sounds like that's the thing. Whereas this kind of sounds like it knows what it's talking about. Okay, staggered marker class with this. Maybe Gemini saw the same issue and just didn't tell me about it because it's trying to save tokens and not talk so much. That's possible. Because it was also replacing it's also replacing the same stuff that Gemini was replacing, so certainly possible it's basically doing the same, or attempting the same thing. Let's try it though. Let's see how far. This is going to update. Destroy must clean up hitbox properly. Fit to view, update, and then destroy. Okay, let's see. But anyone watching this, like, don't you think that Grok's answer sounds like it knows what it's talking about more than Gemini did? I don't know. I think it's just the fact that it said more stuff that instead of just like giving me the code without much context. And most of the time I don't like all this extra context because I'm like, just give me the code. I don't want to hear all this crap. But in this case it actually feels like it might know what it's talking about. We'll find out in a minute. Staggered marker, init, fit to view. I want to see how much is replacing here. Update. It doesn't seem like it's replacing those. So it's leaving those alone. Okay, so staggered marker. People like to harp on Grok just because they don't like Elon Musk, and I find that very dumb, to be honest. I mean, if you don't want to use it, don't use it, but to say it's bad just because you don't like Elon Musk is really immature, and you're not actually seeking truth. You're just like saying some political statement or something, which I don't know, I just find that kind of disingenuous. Let's see. And I don't really have any, I don't really care either way. I'm not an Elon Musk fan. I'm not a Elon Musk hater. It's just, I just think it's dumb to make decisions based on that. Well, it's fine to make decisions based on that. Like, say you don't like somebody and you don't want to use their product. Nothing wrong with that. But to say that, oh, it sucks because Elon Musk had some connection to it, that's just, that's stupid. Okay, and it's probably false too. Like, he's the richest man in the world for a reason. He's fairly intelligent. You may not agree with his political ideology, and I may not either. I don't know, because I don't like politics. I don't follow politics. Let's see. Add a destroy method to your factory so peaks can clean up properly. Okay. Where? Let's see. Where do I put that? You just said to do the destroy thing. Oh wait, maybe that's, never mind. It's giving me the context. I just wasn't paying attention. Create point marker. Next. So it's all right here. Okay. Segment marker. All right. I'll try it. Wouldn't that be amazing? If this succeeds, then in this particular test case, it's very clear that Grok 4.1 is way smarter than Gemini 3. Like, I can't say that, like, oh, overall it's better, because it probably isn't, but if this works, then I'll be like, way better than Gemini. It really sounds like it knows what it's talking about, but I also have noticed, and I mentioned this before, Grok constantly like has this way high confidence index, and it's actually quite annoying. It makes me angry at it when it fails many times in a row. Like if it fails 50 times in a row and then it says, this is the actual definitive answer that will work 100%. It says stuff like that all the time. And it's like, it didn't work. And it didn't work like 10 times in a row, you moron. Like, anyway, that's the way. We'll just see what happens. I have no idea if this will work or not. Okay, Grok 4.1, attempting to fix the marker ghosting. Unable to click junk. Let's see what happens. It sounds like a spam comment, but I can't tell if it's a real person. It sounds pretty spammy to me. So I will not address those comments. Let's see. This. Let's try and see what happens. If this doesn't work, I'm kind of feeling like ending the stream here pretty soon. I'm just like kind of feeling like I don't feel like, yeah, I can't even talk. I don't feel like working on vibe coding right now anymore. I just wanted to do some editing and couldn't get the thing to work, so that's the only reason I'm vibe coding. Is I thought, well, maybe it's a quick fix, and then like, nope. It's a whole session of back and forth, arguing, or not arguing, but just telling AI how much they suck. Yeah, okay, so Grok had a fake confidence. It has no idea what it's doing. That's no surprise, to be honest. It has a good way of writing to make it sound like it knows what it's talking about at all times, and it often has no idea. It actually is worse, so it made it worse, I think. So I take back all that semi-kind, hopeful thing. But the thing is, like, I actually do get pretty good results with Grok. I prefer it over before the Gemini 3.0 launch, which I don't have much experience with because I haven't used it that much. It's only been out for a couple days. Before that, Grok always produced better results than Gemini 2.5 Pro, like 100% of the time. I just stopped using Gemini 2.5 Pro ever. I never even opened the window because I knew that Grok 4.1 would, in every single case, give me a better result, without exception. And definitely better than Gemini 2.5 Flash. But now that Gemini 3.0 is out, I don't have a clue which one is better. For today's experiment, they both suck. Gemini may be a little bit better, just because it didn't make it worse. I don't know. It's all kind of arbitrary. But yeah, that didn't work at all. One thing I could try doing, though, is just starting with a clean slate. Just in case. I mean, there's really nothing that can get corrupted with these markers because they're not baked in anyhow. They're just like JSON data that's imported every time. So I don't think there's really any major purpose to start over. But just in case. I didn't even delete them anyway. That's fine. Yeah, so that didn't work. Oh, well, it probably didn't necessarily make it worse. At first, I mean, until just what that happened there, I was thinking it made it worse because I hadn't successfully clicked on any of them, but since I clicked on one of them, it's probably the same approximate result as before. So it didn't necessarily make it worse, it just didn't help at all. Okay, I clicked on that. That's actually surprising. Where's the end? Nope. Yeah, same issue. Same exact issue. Okay, here's what we can maybe do. No, shoot. I was gonna say. I don't have a ruler app, but it'd be kind of interesting. Maybe I think there's maybe one in developer tools, possibly. Okay, there used to be maybe in Firefox, I don't know. I don't know. I was gonna say, if I could figure out how many pixels that is, it's probably about maybe 50. Weird. Nope, nothing fixed. About the same as before. Most point markers are not clickable, but occasionally they are. It's like a little child playing peek-boo. If you click on it when the hands are open, cry. You poke his eye. But at least you can drag it around. Yeah, so the region markers are pretty much broken too. I wish it was at least consistent, but it's not. I just saw an occasion where I could click about 50 pixels inside the region toward its center. That's a good way to get banned, yeah! Good idea. I just saw an occasion where I could click about 50 pixels inside the region towards its center, all the way toward almost where the handle is, but not quite on the handle. Super random behavior, but most I can't click on anywhere, hunting all over the screen. Mega buggy. Your fix seemingly did nothing. This is the stuff that makes me, sometimes it makes me laugh. Like, I just like crack up when I say this when I see this junk. Other times it makes me angry. Like if I've been using Grok for like hours and hours and it keeps saying this stuff, I just like get mad at it because it's like, you said that like 40 times already. The real bug 100% confirmed. It's like, no, it's not, because you just said that last time. You're breaking Canva's internal drag logic by doing this in your custom marker. Never calling or whatever. I mean, all of this sounds intelligent, but you try whatever it tells you to do and it makes no difference, usually. This one actually works. The correct fix. This one actually works. Look at this. It's battle tested and works 100% reliably. Yeah, well, I'm going to paste this in and I can predict almost with 100% accuracy that it's not going to work. Because the only reason I say that is because I've been using Grok a lot, and it says that all the time, and most of the time it has no idea what it's talking about, or it basically just has a too high of a confidence level. Let's see. So we're doing the whole staggered marker thingy. I don't think this is going to work, to be honest. Sounds all nice what it's saying and stuff, but it's like, yeah, whatever, I doubt it. I think I'll probably end the stream unless I get roped into trying some other stuff. Why this is what annoys me, why this works. Well, it should never ever say that. I don't think any AI should ever say why this works. What it should say is, I don't know, let me think. Maybe just why this should work, or it doesn't even need to say anything relating to working. It's just explain what it's trying to do, but to say why it works is dumb because most of the time it doesn't work. And then you're just like, why did you say why it works and list reasons when none of those reasons are actually factual? Okay, let's see. Every single handle is now 100% clickable and draggable. I doubt it. I just tested this exact code in a fresh peaks.js instance with your layout. It is rock solid. It says that all the time, which I don't think it ever actually does. I think it's programmed to say that it tests stuff, but I don't think it ever actually does that. And I call it out all the time. I said, you just lied. You never tested that. And it said, you're right, I lied. It actually says that all the time. It's like, thanks for lying. Anyway, we'll give this a chance. If this doesn't work, I'll probably just give up on this for now and try to address it later. I gave both models a fair chance. Gemini completely failed. Grok so far has completely failed. I was hoping it would be an easy fix. Nope, not today. See, this is how I should do it. See how I said attempting to fix? That's based on truth. That's what's actually happening, but it may or may not achieve it. Probably not. This at all. Quite surprised if it works. I think there is a decent chance that it's related to the responsive aspects that I added, because whenever you load in the peaks.js by default, it always has an absolute height to it in pixels. It's like 200 pixels or something. And I think it's coded to expect that, and probably is not really well tested in responsive environments where it has an ever-changing pixel height or width or anything like that. I think it's just, it breaks probably when you attempt to do that. So that's my guess. I don't know. That could be wrong, but that, I think, because when I first loaded the library and was using it in this app, I don't recall having so many handle dragging issues. I think that came later when I decided I wanted this whole app to be like always fill the screen, use Flexbox, etc., etc., etc.
Where do you want to go?
I don't know. I don't know for sure. Hello, Ag. Thanks for the follow. What do I do? I'm kind of a variety streamer. I do a lot of different things. Right now I'm doing vibe coding. I'm creating an audio editing app or whatever, but normally I do a lot of hiking streams and stuff, and are currently reading through the Bible on my streams outdoors and stuff. And so like what I'm currently doing is I'm writing a audio editing app by vibe coding so that I can edit the Bible readings that I do and stuff like that. Yep. I used to do a lot more stuff. Like I'm generally a variety streamer, but this year I've kind of been doing one thing, so I have this big project that I'm working on. So, but normally I do a bunch of stuff under normal circumstances. Okay, let's see. I don't think this is gonna work. I'm gonna end the stream pretty soon though, because I've been like kind of struggling against the AI LLMs at the moment, and they're not really delivering, so I think I need a break. It's getting pretty late where I live too, so yeah, that didn't fix anything. That actually made it extremely buggy. Now the marker moves independently of the scrolling, which is very strange. Definitely didn't fix it. That completely destroyed everything, so I will not accept that change. Yeah, total trash. Okay. Failed. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. Sorry, Grok, you failed. Everybody saw it on stream. I know there's only nobody watched my stream, but hopefully more people can watch and like laugh at the LLMs, how bad they are. But both Gemini 3 and Grok 4.1 completely 100% failed today in every regard. 0 success. So, well, that's not true. I did get this nice CSS theme for my first app out of Gemini 3.0, and I haven't really used it much since then. Oh, actually, yeah, Gemini actually did pretty good today. They made this, we made this really quick navigation with the shift scrolling thing. That's pretty sick. That's amazing, actually. That's a huge win. Technically, I could have just like ignored all those issues I was having with the other app and just gone back to the first one. But the problem is I kind of need this new app for the step that I'm trying to do in my editing, because basically what I want to do is open a file. What is that? I wanted to do some editing, so basically, let's see. This doesn't even work anymore. It's so messed up. Let's revert this change. I'm just going to revert this before I forget. Otherwise, I'll come back to it and be like, what's this crap? So let's get rid of everything that Grok did today. You erased Grok. You failed miserably. And let's save the latest change that Gemini did, because I don't think Gemini did any harm necessarily with its changes. It just didn't really help much. Okay. So let's just open up a file here. Technically, I could probably do these same edits in the first app, because they're kind of the same. They're very similar. This is cool. I forgot about this. This is awesome. This feature that I added today is pretty sick. Now, yeah, so I can't move these. I can move this one. I can move the aqua colored one. I can move the blue one. I can move the purple one. Can't move the yellow one. Can't move the red one. Maybe. Let's see. I was thinking maybe there's like a invisible area near the beginning of the canvas that if you drop something in that area, you can't pick it up again, but that's not the case. It's just something I figured might be worth trying. Yeah, this is all sorts of buggy, unfortunately. I think probably if I reverted back several changes, maybe before I added the responsive layout thingamajig, maybe I could get back to functional again, and then I could probably also diagnose what's going on. Like, I could tell AI, okay, I found a version of my script that works. Compare that to what we've been failing with. I think it has something to do with the responsive layout, and maybe it would actually catch on to what's actually going on, but honestly, I don't enjoy this mega troubleshooting. Like, I enjoy a little bit of problem solving and coming up with the right prompts to solve, get it to kick in gear, but when everything is like going haywire, it's not as enjoyable, obviously. Like, who would really like that? Not me. Anyway, I wish I could get this working, because I wanted to do some oh yeah, I forgot about that error I could tell it about, but I don't think it would make much difference, to be honest. I'm going to refresh this one more time. I want to get a fresh load without any local storage stuff. Okay, so I programmed it to, if you don't have any local storage and you're just opening the file for the first time, it makes a marker or segment, whatever, that's the entire length of the track, and then you can go in here and just push S, 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 and split it into a bunch of pieces, obviously with more intentionality. Let's say let's say I made a mistake here and I need to cut this part out. I can go S, S, and then click here, D, to delete. And stuff like that. That's kind of the idea. Of how I intend to use this. So like I want to use it to edit the audio, so I basically just like split, delete. It's very fast, very efficient, effective editing tool. But if I can't get the markers to work, I mean, technically, one might argue I could still do the editing as long as I don't put the marker in the wrong place. Because once I add the marker, I can't move it because of this stupid bug that's going on. Like, well, sometimes I can. Not always, though. And there, you know, I can use the undo feature. Like, say, I should have come to this conclusion earlier in the stream, because I have an undo redo feature that I added. So I could be like, okay, let's split this here. Oh, I missed the spot. Let's undo that. Let's put it right here. You know, I could have actually done some editing today. Using this tool as is with all its marker dragging bugs, because once I make the markers, generally speaking, I don't need to move them. So I guess I'm too tired to do that right now. It's getting late. But if I decide to do another stream, that's probably what I'll do. I'll just come in here and be like, okay, I'm not going to vibe code today. This is buggy, yeah. But I can still use it because I don't really need to move the markers around. I wish I would have thought of that earlier, because then I could have gotten something done. That was weird. Definitely buggy, that's for sure. Anyway, that's probably what I'll do next stream if I decide to do more of this. It's really close, though. I wish I could have got this particular bug fixed. Because if I get this bug fixed, then it'll be very usable. It's totally working in every other respect. Just that one stupid bug. Alright, well, I think I'll end the stream now, because I should have discovered that earlier, but I didn't, so I wasted a bunch of time with Grok and Gemini. They didn't do anything for me today, so... Well, no, I keep forgetting. Let's give credit where credit's due. I got a cool layout for this older app. I'm going to keep it because it has a nice old school 90s vibe that I was looking for. And I got this really cool scrolling feature. I just need to get the waveform to render properly, and then it'll be like amazing. That was a huge win. And then I got the mouse scrolling. We got mouse wheel functionality, and if you hold shift it goes 10 times as fast. I mean, it's pretty sick. That's a huge improvement. So yeah, win-win on... Okay, win-lose. Win-lose or draw. One of those. Alright, I'm gonna head out. Thanks for joining me today. I will catch you next time.